Okay, I'm gonna let it build up as we go along. Welcome! Today is a very special day, because I'm streaming on 2 points in time. So, for those of you joining me on Twitch, welcome. For those of you joining me on YouTube for the first time, welcome. We're gonna have a fun day today. Because, once again, my wonderful, wonderful device of a webcam is showing me as a green-faced man. Allow me to show you what I mean. Once again it's doing this. So, obviously, I don't want to show you guys a green-faced man for eternity. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do, I have a photo, or not a photo, a drawing that my friend, helped me with. So you're gonna be seeing that instead of my webcam for the majority of the video. I'm sorry. I will be looking into getting a new webcam, because apparently, Dep's tech does not work too well. I've never even heard of that camera until just now. I'm literally looking at the camera right now. But also, a lot of you on YouTube might be confused about the story thus far for Ace Attorney, so I'll try to catch you up. We're playing as Ryunosuke Naruhodo. A boy who simply just wants to live his life, from what I understand. But, he got accused of murder, like, a couple days ago. And so he's like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool if, like, someone could help defend me? His friend Kazuma's just like, don't worry bro, I got you. But then one of the teachers from his college comes around, a Dr. Bikatoba, if I'm not mistaken. And he goes, hey listen, I know Kazuma is one of the best lawyers we have, but you can't let him defend you in trial. So what I'm gonna have you do is, once the judge asks you a question, just say yes. Just say, I do. And, Judge of Japan's just like, alright, who defends the defendant? Naruhodo's like, I defend myself. Flawless victory, I will say, from Naruhodo's, point of view. We got to see a woman get dragged away by a swan at one point. Next chapter. Kazuma died. And we met Herlock Sholmes, who is a great man, by the way. I love voicing him. I just have to remember what my voice was for him. So, because I think I'm going to see him in this trial, or this chapter. This part, I should say. So now, with that out of the way, we've also gotten to London. All the way from Japan. And now we're going to defend a guy named Magnus McGilded. On our first day in London. So, let's get that started, shall we? So that's the photo that I mentioned. That's not Alistair. That is one of his daughters. That's literally the only drawing I have that's colored in. I'm hoping eventually I'll be able to draw Alistair at some point. But for now, we're just going to continue with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm also going to load the game because I literally forgot where we were. Part 3. Okay. We're just gonna hit continue instead. Shall we? Because I don't trust it. So we're just gonna hit continue, and we're gonna go from there. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot. At the end of the last part, the literal courtroom was filled with smoke. All right, so this is Ryunosuke. I'm gonna give him just my normal voice, cause his voice, the voice I gave him previously was the same as Herlock's. I noticed, so I'm gonna give him my normal voice. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo! I managed to find out what happened! Did you? That was terrible. That's a terrible impression. I'm sorry. Miss Susato! I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. Just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? Oh no. Not you. Anyone but you. You must die. You must die. You have to die. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna ban you. I'm gonna time you out. Ah, Twitch, you gotta fix that. You gotta fix that, Twitch. The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here! I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer some questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo... Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm Beppo! I make people pay 20 pence! It not fun! It cold! He took 4 passengers at night at a fare of 5 pence each. Wait, that definitely doesn't add up to 20 then. That adds up to 15. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. Oh. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers. Which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense. Kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. Well, not soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes! I have a feeling I know who it is. And it's gonna be fun if it is them. Who messaged me on Discord? Who dares? They wanted to know if I had the dog in my room, and I do. She's currently sleeping in her bed. I'm going sleepy pie. 18th of February, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Once again, we face Santa Claus. Who the hell are you? We face Santa Claus. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She looks like that girl from that one TV show on Hulu. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious! The army! What the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? I'm not talking to strangers. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? Not very responsive today, are you? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? At least say something. At least say hello. If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded? I'm squinting at you. You're on the naughty list. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the courtroom exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. I don't believe a word that this man says. He's a liar. He's a cheat. He's a scoundrel. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. He's right, though. He needs that information. Ah, we get to hear his side of the story now. The young girl. On the night in question, I took this back seat of the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. That's it. I remained somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding the omnibus, is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This wee lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. I forgot my secret weapon. I need my secret weapon. I'm still in trial mode. So you're not spoiler free. You're a liar. But I will still use you because I need you. Oh, hello. What? Wait a minute. Which one is this one? Wait a minute. Please, just give me... Okay. Case number. This would be case number 3, wouldn't it? Well, how do I use your search system? Oh, wait a minute. That was the table of contents, I'm assuming. I don't... Day 1... This isn't helpful. You have failed me. You have failed me, friend. Just give it to me straight. I mean, I'm guessing this is part 2. Is it? No. It's clearly not. Why? Okay, I guess. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I'm just not gonna... This is the 5th passenger, my lord. I didn't read that. Give me a minute. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. You don't know where to start, do you? Allow me to help you. Oh, never mind. I really like this. The young girl. On the 19th... It just says the principal of it. And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means. 'Tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable, where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. He's just sitting here like, I don't believe a word of this. Then Big Dora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up from a fair start. I'm starting to make him sound like Scrooge McDuck. I really should make him sound like that, shouldn't I? Should I? I kind of want to make him sound like Scrooge McDuck. David Tennant's Scrooge McDuck too. I want to make him sound like that. I wish I was that talented, but I'm not. But I can try my best. Hold it! Hold it! A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Oops. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well, now, you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear his scream. Aha, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But but I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Why'd you do that? You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I did. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? Yes. 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. No, it's not. That's how you get accused of a crime. I find that a little hard to believe. Lord Van Zeeks. Now why with that V? You wait to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Now you listen here. Now you listen here, you white-haired vampire. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out with the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand first. Before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, that scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from. Bless my soul, what did I find? What'd you find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. From the compartment? You mean from... Hold on. Hold on. Hang on. Hold on. Does he... Oh yeah, there is a little blood speckle on the bottom. Oops. There is a little blood on the floor. I didn't notice that. Is he talking about from in here? Where's the stuff? It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't the carriage! I should probably investigate that blood spot, shouldn't I? Yeah, 'cause... That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zeeks has made no mention of it. Yeah, I suppose that does seem a little strange. Almost like he grabbed the wrong carriage. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Almost like he brought in a false carriage. Good gracious! Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside, which I just did. And that's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Do I have to do something in terms of that? Oops. I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo. Being the defendant's lawyer and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else in this testimony. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGilda before the trial. We mustn't be dispirited. We must just try to learn all the facts we can. We arrived in London this morning. I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head. How did you know? Is everyone psychic? You gotta press that last statement. Hold it! Now, why was she curled up in a ball? You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball when our eyes met. Well, me heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. Ugh, you're really overacting this. Still, no, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see? And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilda. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you. I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? She's on the naughty list. I gotta stop with the Santa jokes. Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh my God! Ah! How dare you! What is the meaning of this? And she's gone. Oh! The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how... What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you say? She slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your head, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not Ow! Oh, that's actually fitting. I like the color green. Look! Knives are cowards! Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. As you can see with the twirling of the coin in my hands. I like her. She's actually really cool. She's like, she's doing the Connor trick. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. That looks like Herlock's... It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink vest. Ah, don't worry if I'm taking my direction again. He's just like, so... You admit that you were riding in the omnibus on the night in question? I'm not going to answer that question. Tis alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. Okay, he is Irish. God damn it. I've done a disservice to the Irish people. I'm sorry. I will never again make the joke of Scrooge McDuck. I'm sorry. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did, and I screamed, and the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGillis. Oh, just simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. Oh wait, no, this is a good voice for him, actually. I knew that for a fact. How? How did you know this? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of that girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah! So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Who cares? Not at all, my lord, not at all! What? I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness! What a perfect gentleman! My lord! This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. And just like that,
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Goodbye, Lord Van Six.
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty?
Mr. Naruhodo! Well, this... it must mean...
It must mean what?
that we're victorious!
No, it's not that easy. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Ah! What the hell? If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. Whoa!
Huh?
This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in the British judicial practices. What? Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What?! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my friend... Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find in the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? No. Do I? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? What do I say? Well, it wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? I'd be wished. What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. Now hold on. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Well, because it's not the carriage that you brought in. You brought the wrong carriage. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know, as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilvard. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A feller's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interests now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. God dang it! Ah! I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Van Zinks! Quite so, I must concur here. No! Stop! With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. You've said that 3 times now. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. This war is not over. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. I don't know whether to like you or hate you now. It's a mix. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch black. It's pitch in there. So you couldn't see out into the cavern at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other ones see. So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for someone that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's option's a choice. Why did you just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I see there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick out under there. Nothing else for it. This loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. Bang? When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Poise, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not?
I mean, if he was stabbed at that moment in time, then that thud should have happened way after that thing got lighter.
Well, girl, did you see what happened at the crucial moment?
No, yeah, I saw it. Oh, I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up with the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilden's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of this that the swell found me.
Wait a minute.
Oops.
Need to push that.
That's the fourth one, right?
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Well, it made me jump.
You let out a scream involuntarily?
That's right. And I felt the cushion over me head get light all of a sudden.
Or not?
Yeah, I saw it.
Discovered you. He pulled you out from your hiding place?
I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat at all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. Ah, how awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog.
Both her hands covered in blood. And that must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilden for a while, is that correct?
He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to in that. And I heard something from above. Someone screamed.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume.
And I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later."
For one brief shining moment, yes.
It's clear that they are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want.
Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Alright, we're pressing everything. So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run?
Oh yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it?
Especially means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this goes as a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining your tenants.
Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20, to which the captain testified. And one little scapegrace riding for free. The red conk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see. So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no?
Yeah. There's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under this heat. That's all I can tell you.
It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
But it was a right old waste of time.
Why's that? A waste of time? Why is that?
Well, most of the nights I'm on my own and the God permit at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit?
Oh, yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away.
That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on his seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck.
You can tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration. You were under the seat the entire time while the events unfolded in the enclosed cabin.
Yeah. Right, mister?
To be sure, to be sure.
I was as shocked as anyone else. I was as shocked as anyone else. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child, now do you?
So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then.
I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place that's pitching there.
David Tennant?
Excuse me.
Hey. Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded?
Oh, I do apologize.
Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seemed to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. It was not important. I was feeling bad for the poor lasses all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was.
I see.
Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well.
Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe.
Miss Lestrade! Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps?
No, nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
The jabbers! There's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue.
Yeah. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's profoundly important. My lord! I believe that statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is profoundly important point. Which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do, but it won't work on me.
That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move.
I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself?
Not exactly, no.
Sorry?
Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push up the cushion and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me.
And Mr. McGilda sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct?
Yeah! Would you add him and eat it, eh? Would you add him and eat it, eh? What a mug! So then, all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was.
Alright, conclusion. We can draw from that, I wonder? Does it make sense? Yeah, done that up. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Ah! At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zeeks realized it too. Counsel! Hold on, guys. There's something wrong with... Hang on. Sorry, something was bothering me. Okay, I must insist that you bolster your claim with the evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilda's snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. Ouch! There's something else she should have heard. She should have heard the guy come on. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Wait. The scream, right? Yeah, she should have heard this guy get on.
Take that!
Thrice fired Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct?
Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I?
And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilda?
That it was.
Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight.
Well, now.
So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Did the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey, during which time you did not hear the door opening or closing at all.
Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for the swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Oh! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Wait a minute! lever there. You can open up the roof.
Someone killed him on the roof and dropped him into the cabin.
We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Ah! Yes, the petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, he knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem the words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about now? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. You shut the hell up. He's dead, right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. No!
Ah! She didn't even say anything! I didn't want to judge the little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say... I can't abide liars.
And neither can I. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman! I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than celebrous ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. You just want to give him guilty. You hate him. Van Zeeks. Ah!
Mr. Arhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty.
Don't you dare Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me, Please toss that into the candlestick again. Don't you take a drink of your... Yes, very refreshing. I hope that's lukewarm.
Ah, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Edmonton?
This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left.
Mr. Arhodo, the way this is going...
I know. If we can't find something new to confine everyone of Mr. McGillicud's innocence, the judge will rule and will have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept the hard truths.
No?
Hold it!
Hold it! What?
What?
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to reveal a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying?
Huh?
Counsel!
I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my agitation. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, and testified by the witness in the stand. And yet, the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Have you forgotten one of the functions of your own buses, Mr. Van Zeeks? You've lived here your entire life. Are you not familiar with your omnibuses? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside that carriage. There's another entrance.
If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Yeah, and guess what? Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly be opened. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. Objection. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening in use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. What? Huh? Huh? Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. What on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin? It's right here. The roof.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words, however.
Objection!
Nope. The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim? But do you have a shred of evidence to support your able-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilden and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as a noise made by someone falling to the floor, like someone falling from the skylight. Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
But you're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. Oh yeah? Name why. I order you to tell me why. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. Unless they weren't on the bus on that moment in time. Don't you agree? And yet not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Hold it! Hold it, my boy! Ah. Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGillet? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would ye said not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the journey? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. She's like, ah! You mean, the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah! I mean, Bruce, I'll believe. Why would first do it? Oh, just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter! He said you rotter! What are you insinuating? Okay, Popeye, easy there. This is a flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay! You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker.
And me, a very angry hatter.
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's... Oh! I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too, about you, you rotten scoundrel.
Calm down there, Popeye.
Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous!
It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen it fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Will you shut up? Maybe wait! Accuse? I never intended to... It seems, young friend, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get the testify! Huh? I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now. One way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once.
Testify! Testify!
What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? They're just like, what? Oh god. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. That was a typo. I know that for a fact. Alright, you two. Bring it. We were the only two people up on that roof dead or alive. I can swear to that.
If anything had happened when we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
I don't fucking know. I don't know. I must say that on listening to this testimony is somewhat hard to imagine. How either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith.
That's right. You see?
But innocent, I tell you.
Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another.
What?
Eh?
According to the investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses shared no common dealings. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich! Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really, so why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. There's a trophy for this? We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I swear to it. I can swear to it. Whoops!
If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, Lubble, no, not once, never.
He'd never met the man before, he said. Never!
And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either?
That's right, sir. I just don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir.
No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest...
No.
Oh, yeah? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. Yeah?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Mr. McGilded? Yes, Counsel. What can I be doing for you? You four. Did the witness's last statement give you a pause for thought somehow?
Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder?
Huh? What are you insinuating now?
Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, so it has.
Huh?
If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date?
I beg your pardon?
You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir.
At an unconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion.
Well, now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another? And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding up out your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. A perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. Yes, they like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as Thrice-Fired Mason? Oh! There's a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of fraud, my lord.
This you mean. Oh yeah, that does look like something Mr. First would make.
I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats! Aye, that it is. So, it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. What sort of customer, I'd wager? You could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir! Absolutely not, sir! Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to see that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I literally did your job for you. I rest my case.
You little weasel.
He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me, little interruption, hold up the proceedings. Hat Hunter. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you! We couldn't possibly have opened it!
Oh yeah?
Dude, Popeye, can you calm down for like 5 minutes? Give me a moment.
Oh.
Hold it!
quite certain about that. The skylight was shut the entire time.
I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute.
He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said.
Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night.
Yeah, you could have easily shut it. So it is. Of course, a fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it and steal it all.
What?
Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand?
Ah, now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Now, not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
Let's stop biting our cane, shall we?
I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when well, I broke wind. Badly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens.
This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First.
Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as a rogue, I did. As a rouge, I did.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when... I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You said you were on the roof, you lying sack of shit.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade!
It opens. It opens. The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? Allow me to do this. All them skylights open. Dead easy.
More easily than you can load that weapon?
That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I... You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh! Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck on one of them drags, and I had a grey haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of my ears.
Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
And anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through.
What?
Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin.
The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff! Climb up onto the roof deck of the omnibus and once and verify this witness's claims.
Click. Click.
It's a sliding one.
Ah! Oh, my hat! See?
You stole that from Herlock. I know you did. Order! So, it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
Well, for starters, turns out Mr. First was inside the cabin. He lied. He lied! So the catch for the skylight is on the top side. Yes, but it's not fastened at the moment, so we can slide it open from in here. Oh, hello! Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Hey, is that ketchup? Ah!
What is it? Look! Just here, look at this! That's, without question, it's blood! Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? You want proof, Mr. Fairplay? Here's your proof. Here's your proof. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible on the omnibus that stands before us in this very courtroom.
What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't! I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you! It's impossible! Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel. My lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? You will point out with what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof from the skylight. Okay, Your Honor. Right here. Oops. I meant to hit the R button. Not that button. Light. Can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
Got it!
By Jupiter's? Is that blood? Ah!
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilden, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
No! Order! But! But the blood could have sprayed up when this fellow was stabbed inside the cabin.
You don't know how the human anatomy works, do you? It only found its way to that one particular spot in the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the jet really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a far height right there, so it is.
What? No!
But it can't be, it's all lies!
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they?
How dare they? They made me three-type everything!
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it!
Oh, I always knew that the nice gentleman who gave us that delightful part couldn't have done such a thing.
On the three, then. Everyone. 1, 2, 3!
Objection!
Shut up! Shut! A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Shut up. Stop talking. Kick him out. He's fired!
Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. Are you a prosecutor? What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. It's not in the
police report. That smear of blood never existed. Oh yeah?
Objection.
Prove it!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. Oh yeah, did you? The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb.
Did they? Did they really?
So I can state with absolute surety. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage.
Oh yeah?
At least, not until this trial began.
But...
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zieks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session.
You are an idiot. You should be fired.
What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such good reasoning from a prosecutor at your standing, Lord Van Zieks.
You just want to get your guilty verdict. You are the epiphany of Von Karma.
But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end, even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature.
You just want to get me arrested, don't you? You just hate me that much.
You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you're adept. You adapt the facts. Adapt the facts.
Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Let me drink my wine real quick, because I'm drunk.
I'm a drunkard. When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of the crime, bribing witnesses, you know...
Actually, no, that's not the case. Because if he bribed those two, they would have kept their mouth shut.
I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zieks. This will not do, to be sure. Read it now, counsel. Oh, no. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say. What are you getting at? But, if yous all will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel?
Yeah, it's true.
The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words.
As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible, to be honest. It could have been possible. It could have been possible.
As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh!
Good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel.
And here comes McGilded.
Yes, there is. It seems my learned friend has no intention of running from this deceit. I'm sure everyone knows that the recess that we were forced to take.
as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade.
True, it was filled with smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into a confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside this omnibus. Yeah? Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in the relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. It was filled with items. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Why am I helping this man? Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have an inkling. My lord? Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you better start watching your back. Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other way. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. What exactly is the alleged mark that you claimed appeared in the... It's this. Because that wasn't there.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. Shut up. And you, stop. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. And McGilded. Is he not? Ah! His trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But But you're the defendant! 'Tis over, I tell ye! Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is the bloodstain is there now! Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, a long, extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all! I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord! I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain of the court question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence. I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilda will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really all right for the trial to come to an end now when unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for this defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... Let me guess. I mean, I still think he's guilty. Or not guilty, innocent. As Mr. McGilda's legal representative, I can't breathe. The air in here is stifling. I'm this man's defense lawyer. There's only one thing I can say in this situation. I believe the defendant, Magnus McGilded, to be innocent of the allegations brought against him. Thank you, counsel. Ah, so you have your head about you after all. Here's to you, my friend, and the most abject closing I have yet to hear in a court of law. Order! What? Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. You've saved one of London's most influential gentlemen, fella. You should be proud of yourself. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah! Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have... What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how do we put it now, not more than a formality. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. She's still just typing away. Typing away on her little calculator. The stinking rich are always guilty of something, you mark my words! I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely pardon. You have bipolar disorder, lady. Now that the proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea of not guilty. I take you kindly, my lord. Why are you like this, dog? Give me a minute. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not.
Damn it. Dog, why are you like this? Hold on, guys. I gotta make sure this dog isn't gonna be crazy. Anyways, I'm back. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. I'm Lord Van Zeeks, my lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of the justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait! When you were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. What grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. I mean, it feels bittersweet, but at the same time, I'm just glad this trial's over. This is god-awful. Or, no, like, it's a good game, but this trial was just, oh my god. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's cleared. He's innocent. And meanwhile, I'm over here like, I don't know. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. Man, I wonder what Mr. Strongheart's gonna think of this. I'm gonna get punched in the face. Defendant's antechamber. And I'm just sitting here dead inside. That certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial on Fern soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Soto. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. No, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that! The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilded. Ah, and the girl's with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true.
Oh, what stories?
About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
Yes, definitely.
I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything.
What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then?
I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. Ah, so you figured me out then, have you? You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there for once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, 'tis water under the bridge.
Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared.
But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do the odious and absonant deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now then, fellas of Scotland, now the fine fellas of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolutely faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ah, that'd be waste. You're a humble people, are you, from the east? Well, if you insist. I'd have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, one inspection. I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
You're going to examine it again? Now?
Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more in this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. Wow, so he knew I was a student, and there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Smoke bomb! Smoke! Don't move! Whereas I want to say, get a move on, she really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? I ain't all grown-ups. Ah, there you are!
Ah, there you are! Naughty, running off like that.
Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now?
And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician.
What? You mean
Say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before.
An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me.
Fine, have it your way.
Oh, good.
You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly sure what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours.
Farewell. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
She was a lively one.
Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too?
Yes, you're right, but where to?
Oh!
We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff.
I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we might be out of luck.
We know a guy.
Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night.
Please tell me you're not thinking of McGillet Park.
I know it might be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see through.
I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable.
Aww. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGildet down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Yeah, because we gotta investigate it now, don't we?
What's going on? Get
What
the
the-
fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick!
What the hell?
How did this happen? I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Who's in there?
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. Oh.
Santa!
Oh. This can't be.
Oh no. Oh no. Is Mr. McGildet dead? Is this where we find out that McGildet was murdered? The Realm of the Reaper. Yes. And you know what? I'm gonna treat you guys to a little longer one, because I actually want to see how this ends. Yes! Investigations! Let's do it! I want to do it! The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Yes. Yes.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea,
Oh god,
leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back.
What?
Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
What? 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 The 19th of February, 9:47 a.m.
British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office.
Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo?
No. Not at all.
It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. With all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night.
What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other.
Oh, yes. It really was the sort of night you could only dream of normally. How did you pay for it? Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare.
Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking.
In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill.
Ugh, I really am sorry.
Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less.
Ugh, London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, yes, we are, well...
Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Sister just sounds amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart.
Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you.
And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been apprised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh, no longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome a young talent from such a remote eastern island. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it in and take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? No, it's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for?
The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent.
Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth.
And then the trial ended. Well, you didn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry?
What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
He's dead. Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. He was in the cabin. He was in the carriage. He burned.
No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead?
I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. What happened? I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No. How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded.
That's awful!
The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention.
And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
By horrible policemen? Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, one inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage.
But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about?
Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Mr. McGilded?
British court. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... Wow!
Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old.
Wow. Sushito-san is such a way with words.
And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones.
Yeah. Ryunosuke's just me.
The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. You've got it, sir. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple? That was simple?
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple.
The circumstances of the case were so incriminating I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. It's almost like he was paid off. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before.
What's going on? What was he going to say before?
What's the new case?
Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned?
Don't tell me. It's a murder. And the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died, as yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then.
That's... Admit it, Ryunosuke. That's more time than you can count.
Is everything alright?
Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... Well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I can face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Oh, here we go again. Snap. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing. Mr. Naruhodo, there is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change our ways in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh! Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Sogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? Is that... are those fish and chips? So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think?
Yes, you're right.
I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Excuse me. Could we trouble you? What do you think?
Ah! Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Ah! Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eating out of your hand, you know?
Ah, but Susudo-san told me it was foolproof.
I'm a busy man. A very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's the reputation of the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well.
I don't believe you've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
Eh?
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant.
Eh?
It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London's winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
Unbelievable! How did she pull that off?
So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson, to you. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson?
What's the matter with Susudo-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her?
Inspector? Are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Sato. But he's a London detective.
Oh, I do know him very well, in fact.
Very well?
Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rance Magazine?
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderfully friendly rivalry.
Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words.
That's his highest praise.
Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he is not! Thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now! That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it is not! There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure it's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps the sudden rise to fame does change people. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement of Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital, unconscious. That's despicable! What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryudusuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind of investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there! You wasted your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barak Van Zieks. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh, yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zieks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself, the Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak Van Zieks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilden told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zieks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zieks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. And what of it? Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Ah! Magnus McGilden came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames.
So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Right, well, I'll filled you in as requested. I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place. That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over there to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? He's good. He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle, if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in the court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go! Na, 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 na. First, I'm gonna go to the prison and see what I'm working with. I want to see what I'm working with first. Jailer 53, 19th of February, local prison, cell 9. So these are the British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels like a dungeon. Yeah, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo! You're making it seem worse! Apparently, our client is in the cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53! Your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I? Am I a cat? As yet with no name? Calling me by a number, it's utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Hello? Excuse me, but who? Shh! Quiet! They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So could I... There you are! You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost! A ghost? We mean no harm, prisoner-san. Are you... Japanese, by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams!
Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all.
Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment!
Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese?
Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nippon!
A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been some misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example?
Yes, yes, I can, I will. Shut, stay sullen and silent!
I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yeah, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba.
I am a visiting student, sent here by our government, notably, notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume.
Sosuke Natsume-san? What an unusual name.
Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume.
A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san.
No, no, no! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that.
A haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government?
Yes, yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale.
Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here?
No! I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course.
Oh.
But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it. Doesn't mean you can do it, no.
What do you mean?
If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable.
I see. I see.
Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washing.
You must be a man of great standing.
Oh, yes. So I'm often told.
And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san?
I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder.
Murder?
Oh, no, it's all right. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes.
Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker?
I didn't see anyone.
What?
If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here?
Oh dear, it seems that this case is becoming rather complicated.
Why me? Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient.
So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case.
It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and the heavy with fog. I'd been to a bookshop to buy some books and was on my way back to my accursed lodgings.
Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. I like this man. I like his quick movements. He's like... As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make the sole silhouette of another head ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I was to overtake her, she suddenly let out a scream and collapsed onto the floor, cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Oh, how terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps? I was terrified. I had to get away from there, so I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that.
Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that! I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people! I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great.
So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it?
What conundrum? What do you mean, Susudo-san? What's the conundrum?
Well, if what Soseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. That he apparently fled without having been seen.
I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah, you! What did you just say? Nothing, I didn't say anything! Oops, perhaps I thought that a little too loudly.
Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested?
Sorry?
He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right!
It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his hearty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, be gone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes! I knew it!
Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese, when some men suddenly burst into the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police, put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon! Disgusting, dietary discrimination devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. You know what? Kudos to these guys for keeping their cool. Meanwhile, this guy's just like slowly losing his mind. To the point where he's just like, my God, there's ghosts in the cage! Help! And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London.
Yes, that great detective is really very well known. and his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm a knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholm's deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified, trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in possible English. Fiendish, foreign, film, flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I knew, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire! Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple mister is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright. Yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why? Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But the armband! That's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire! It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness! Why? Why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around. And I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Sosuke-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before in my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country. And it's a great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Sosuke-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Have a good day, my good man. You've been a hell of a talk. You've been a hell of a character. Wow, that's an interesting looking bike. 19th of February, Briar Road. Oh, that's it, huh? So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah! Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. It must turn out harder to be one to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dream comes true.
What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This isn't on the tourist trail, Amos. I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So you've been to the holding cells then? What do you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. Doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion. The stone-cold air of rejection.
Take heart! London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air.
That makes it worse somehow.
Hey, buddy. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing the policeman there with this helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you.
Oh, really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the labourers on his beat so they can get off to work.
What? He wakes people up?
Yep, raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit.
I had no idea.
The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but that sounds like a long way. Let me see... 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far.
And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my. I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law.
I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We have men keeling over from time to time, I admit.
Oh. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruto.
Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do.
Not the case.
It happened around 5 in the evening, 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind.
Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in the hospital.
I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all.
I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course.
Here's a map of the local area. I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
It's Yard policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on.
I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept.
Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than that victim and your fellow countryman. So, who did it, do you think?
not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but...
But just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
How?
How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
What?
We have two very reliable witnesses, no less.
Ah!
It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them.
They were witnesses now? Who were the witnesses? Who are these witnesses, Inspector?
The fellow and his wife. And the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
Ah! A policeman?
That might change things.
And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked?
Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all that.
Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions?
Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow.
Oh.
I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to.
That's that, then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. The policeman witnessed the incident. And as your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed.
Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too.
Oh, yes, one more thing, Inspector.
What?
The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
What are you bringing him up for?
Was it something I said? The color is drained from his cheeks.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not?
Well,
Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole.
because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save the man now.
It's a waste of time trying.
It is all a bit strange, though.
Sorry?
The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks the victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into. For want of a better phrase. That's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's gotta be more to it. For some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I could tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You think I can read that Grim Reaper's mind? You insane? Have you heard of the Doolahans of Ireland? You know what they do to people who witness them taking the souls of the damned? I'm not about to get my eyes gouged out. Except in the Doolahans' case, they do whip the people's eyes. I'm not even kidding. That is exactly what happens. You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it. Okay, now tell me about Mr. Sholmes. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle! Ah! The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh,
I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime. Wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish before you know it. He claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gabble, gabble! Ah! Ever seen this before? Oh, yes, that's Rance Magazine. A wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tales at all. Well, I suppose there is an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. That man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Oof. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea. You know what? Okay, yeah, she did say that. The trouble is, we have no idea if the man's address even. So how? It's Baker Street. How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find our way before Susto-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage. So we're to have a reunion already with the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm gonna examine the crime scene first. That is a very JPEG snowman! What a delightful snowman of the JPEG variety! I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. Looks a little creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf, look! You'd need one if you were out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his, but the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck now, would it? It's covered in snow. That is the most JPEG looking ass snowman I have ever seen in my life. Like, look at this! This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it? It's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Oi! What are you foreigners doing here? Ah! Oh, just investigating the scene, officer. Conspiring with the mustache fella from Japan, are you? Conspiring? Come here to destroy the evidence, have you? Get out of here before I give you an item. Go on! He shoot us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a whole wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it, wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, 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 I wasn't serious. Hello. It's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in the irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. You've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs, despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure that it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Ah. Okay. That's it, huh? I want to see this bike. Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although, the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dresses to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. It's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me. I'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. It's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It looks crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around it. We must find some cheap lodging ourselves, as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. Oh, look at the windows that building had there. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're all filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right! I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. Alright, that's it. That's it. Move. A new location has been added. Sholmes' Suite. To 221B Baker Street. Here we are. Baker Street.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day.
It's just up there looking over the street. 221B.
This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. I cannot wait to voice him again. I love him. Wow, that is actually really cool. Oh my god, it is as cluttered as I thought it would be. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it! The romanticism! Can you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. She's obsessed. Well, Looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor?
Oh, do we have a visitor? Hello. Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes?
Hello. Wait a minute. Wait. Aren't you...
Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once.
I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susanoo, did you see the girl who was just here?
Oh, yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case.
The King of Bavaria?
King Wilhelm Gottsrick Sigismund von Ormstein, of course.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Sherlock Holmes for a moment, and look over there.
Tea's brewed, and I have freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you!
I knew it. Susanoo-san recognizes her too.
Ah, there you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGillicuddy's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color?
Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending all different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. You have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Hurley? Mr. Sholmes? To you? Shirley?
Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite?
Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley.
Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name.
What?
What's the matter?
No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susanoo-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susuto Mikatoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely, Susie and Runo. Got it.
Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey.
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh, no, not at all. I'm sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming.
Though at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Like this! Ugh! Ah, thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you?
Oh, yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket, so we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl's dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together.
I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well, then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates?
I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10! I'm this much! 10 at last this year.
Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh no, they're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there.
Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susie. I am a very great fan of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, and oh, you have a copy of Ranced magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
That's right. Hurley's always solving such amazing cases, you see. And he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating.
Why does the dog want in all of a sudden?
It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Ranced magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson.
What? Okay, the dog is in again. She has decided that she wants to hide under my bed for some reason. Sister-san's getting more and more worked up.
Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? It's all true, too. I am a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old? At 10 years old. Well, that's quite incredible. But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman! Ah, yes. I did alter the settings slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh! Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? I suppose it does, yes.
Poor Susuda-san. She looks like her whole world is just falling apart. About before.
Yes? What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me.
How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean?
Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you need. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although There's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. What? First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh.
So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Ah! They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see.
But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume.
Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves, so I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his nose with a knife, you know, he's silly. Anyway, that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions.
Wow, she's smarter than the man himself.
Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to discern something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? Nope.
So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying?
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt,
Sasuke-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. There was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man, shivering in fear.
Ugh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time.
Of course it did! He's a great detective!
Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time in investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible! I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun! Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson while you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody, in that case. Give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. Yay! So somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in my hand. To be continued. Do I dare continue on? You know what? I'll continue on, but once it reaches around 4-ish, I'll stop it abruptly. That's what's gonna happen here. I need to start doing longer streams. I need to start practicing it. So that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna practice it. So once it reaches the 4 o'clock mark, the 4 mark, that is where I will stop it. Looks as though the police are still here. Carry on with their investigation. Perfect! So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at the silver tip Iris gave us for him. Hey, buddy! Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk with a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? From me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here, at once! Come on, hand it over! That's for me! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see, you mean... That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust there won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look. Strand. On the first floor of their house on the corner, where that wreck of a bicycle's popped up. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garridib. Oh, well. If you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, yeah? Meaning, you tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector. We will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship.
Okay, so she's apparently the Queen of England in this timeline, or in this game.
Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Huzzah! Here we go, inside. I want to voice him so badly. Are we sure this is the quarters of a student? This looks more like a war room. Hi? May I help you?
I'm sorry. Ah, yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garridib?
Indeed, it would, sir. And whom may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sosuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garridib. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better.
Certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it?
We've only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Oh, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garridib will see you now. This way. Oh, hello. Hi.
Good day to you. John Garridib, at your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywandi, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comers.
So he's a retired soldier.
It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now. I can tell you, don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up there to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs.
You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garridib, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing.
The medal's just a folderol, really.
Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash it all, woman, be careful!
Oh, dearie me, I beg your pardon, sir.
You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands.
I shall be more careful, sir.
So, anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now.
Yes, I see.
Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs. Is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only two, please, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it?
Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Could have been.
Didn't catch the chap's name.
Not really my cup of tea, all the detective business.
Oh, but have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so...
No.
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Sosuke-san's room. It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching at its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. About Mr. Natsume. Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garrett, please do tell us. Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor became available a week ago. Ah! Is it all Joan? Do be careful. Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. First floor became available a week ago. You see, there'd been... I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? He seems to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this man as a witness, that's for sure. Is there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Huh? Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else over the ball about your lodger, Miss Natsume? Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, the take of the man's room, absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day without with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else is in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right. Yes, they're both below us on the first floor and street level. Why are you on the first floor with an injured leg? Or why are you on the second floor with an injured leg? Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. Ah! Grief, Joan! Be more careful, woman! Oh, my goodness, sir! I'm terribly sorry, sir! Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over the Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrett household. I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary, then? Such as... anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well... Yes? Was there something, then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time in here, then... Ah! For the love of God, Joan! What were you doing? Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Naruholo? Oh, yes? Narrow Hollow? I have an exceedingly good memory as far as I remember. Nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really, Mr. Garridib? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing... You are disturbing the man! Dude! Stop! You're doing it on purpose at this point! Don't dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. John? That's right, Mr. Garridib. I'm not being suspicious at all. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened in here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Okay, can I go to his room then? Could you tell us which floor Master Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak? Yes. Told me Nats's name has asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? I'd see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that can help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're out there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Okay, you've been a most disservice and a most likely not help. Good day, madam. You're the suspect. You're suspect number 1 on my list. I don't care what you have to say about it. Fare thee well. I will see you in court tomorrow. Oh, there's a kitty. 10th of February, Mr. Natsume's room. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. For some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garridib told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. He's probably one of the things. Probably in the mountain of books somewhere. Kitty! Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Seems to be wedged in a crevasse between the mountains of books on the other side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit here and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh, yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase... 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled into the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Oh, look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki no Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo-san. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage?
Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to be back to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things.
I didn't say a word! Why are my eyes such a giveaway?
Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature. And they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No, what a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
I seriously didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Oh, hi. You weren't there before.
Ah! Look, Mr. Naruhodo!
Aha! There he is!
Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book.
I hope you won't mind if we disturb him.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes!
Ah, you two! Good day! Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Burya.
Yes, of course, the Burya! And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died. Tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh! Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least.
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr.
Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. Nope. And Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I had hopes to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this musky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Frick. Mr. Natsume's arrest. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Sosuke Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on the Briar Road. Natsume, yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
What?
I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance.
I assure you I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make any sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement of the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Bibliophily? I don't know. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no! Oh dear. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garrett, retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired Army veteran, Mr. John Garridip. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. The dingy room. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later.
Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one.
Ah, but sooner or later, as I said.
I don't believe that's the issue here.
About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that?
Surely not a tax on windows.
Precisely that.
Oh my goodness!
Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means have inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money.
How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. Some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squatted lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinary low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of this accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, and a matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruto. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder, to the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well, then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? I can't tell you. Ah, my dear fellow, I haven't the first idea! Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention, but there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us! I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garridib is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probe a little deeper into Mr. Garridib's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Is he really? Yep, he sure has. Alright, I will leave you to it. Me gonna talk to the old man. Why is there a candle on the floor? Ah! You pair again. Tell me, what was the detective chap? I forgot his name. I forget his name. Still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. Oh, the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Ah, then, why don't you tell me what... Ah! The umpteenth time, woman! Will you watch what you're bolly well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with your young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you can see yourselves out. Candle. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garridib is hiding something. Since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Oh, hey, Herlock. What are you doing over here? Hey, sir, what's with the candle? Look at the enormous screen. Must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look, just a little peek. Maybe let's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real! I thought it might be a replica. That old thing.
Ah, that's little more than a toy.
Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world's going to throw at you next, boy. Like a cup of tea. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrett? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them all over the barrel, you see. They dry very well over the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's been hanging its head in shame. Hey, what you doing here? What you doing? Ah, what's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes?
Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows.
Good gracious! Why did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. It's sadly cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is. It lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of the space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye on to one's window at dusk is a prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me. I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you are prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There's just time enough for me for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before it dark. And before 4 o'clock hits, we have a single minute. Mr. Garrett, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. Hmm? I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are 2 conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing a presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out into a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You might inquire. You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Ah! And I know only too well wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. The very last thing that this young man's going to do for the stream. For it is 4 o'clock. We've already reached a conclusion. Nature of the beast. Alright, pay attention. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these 4 walls. No, that sounds said otherwise. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast be taking? this beast take? Oh no! The lights! Joan, what have you done?
Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garridib, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue, no? Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts.
Why is this piffle, I ask you?
In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Is that a slap on your face? Yet with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you would imagine. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well! Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam. Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue to the beast's whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Ah! Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garridib, at Batty's Circus. A traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I had observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I may have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And that a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. No. A rampaging Asiatic lion. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garridib, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. He grabbed his face where the hand was. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress that this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed the supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man! Simply... But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has given rise to your pain to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, sweet, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Man, he's really good at this illusion. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. You are wondering I have settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. The candle. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. What kind of lion were you witnessing? Carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Nope. Incorrect, incorrect, incorrect. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. These are a lot easier than trials, I have to say. Ah! What's the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garridiv. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh! Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it, again? Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth, though, too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garridiv and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you were stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on a great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it! Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! Course correction! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Certainly shouldn't take a great second to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Oh. At a glance, Mr. Garridiv leads us directly to the cause, which is not the lion statue. Nope. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garridiv's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? You must follow Mr. Garridiv's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Can I look at his face? Was it maybe this? These are shells for the cannon, are they? What a strange place to keep them. I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garridiv for this time in the army. Ah, of course. He mentioned a battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said that he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of those that hit him. If a round that size hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it, or Mr. Garridiv for that matter. Mr. Sholmes is a Persian slipper, and this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. Oh, hello, what's this? What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garridiv's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass so directly over the woman's face. Wait a minute. It's this. It's this. It's this.
Take that!
Behind the lion statue on the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine it in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Damn it! This is my show, Mr. Naruto. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments later. Fine. I will take a look at it. Fine, I will look at it in more detail. So you can't see the bride's face at all. No amount of cracks could hide that woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruto. Yes, she certainly looks that. That's a lot of horsepower in there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh, look! Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower.
Take that!
Crack. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrett. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which is so clearly savage to this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrett. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but that is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue. No, she has the ring. She's the wife. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garrett anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrett's wife could be. Let's check. The ring. Yep. There she is. There it is. She's wearing a very large ring. Look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo. Not say. Do you know, Mr. Garrett's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one. It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence they have the same ring, isn't it? No.
Take that!
Wedding ring. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's whereabouts. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah! Indeed it does! That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrett's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. Oh! No. You are Mr. Garrett's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garrett herself. Oh my word! Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally cock. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man in his pride, don't you know? Golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Garrett has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrett? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife of Mr. Garrett. Solved. And now we go to the aftermath. Now, Mr. Garrett, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrett's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mr. Garrett is standing beside her husband. But Mrs. Garrett is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrett's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? I mean, he has a freaking slap mark on his cheek. Oh my, look at that bright red mark! Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garrett has been slapped on the face. It seems hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Who could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Slap cheek. Snap! Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain being revealed by that slapped cheek. And, of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garrett? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah! How the blazes. How did you work that out, man? I mean, it's not hard to see that there's a slap mark on your cheek. Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, no. Now let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Miss Madame Garrett to fly into a rage. And we only need to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has given rise to the pain of your suffering. Nope, apparently not. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say the bills were all for the lion fodder? Yeah, but now we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrett's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Bookmark. Oh. Ah, someone has been reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark. Look, here, look. Wow, he's cheating. Mr. Garrett is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh, no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lip. Uh-oh. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susudo-san. Oh, dear. I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note, then. Buddy. You are the worst human being in existence. You cheated.
Take that!
You cheated. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here? Gah! But I don't know the Bally woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. Ah! A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? Why do you do this to me? You do this to me every time, and I don't know why. It's always whenever you hear a noise. She always just wants out at the wrong times. And I don't know why. My dog is so... Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever get a small dog, just know they are very needy. I need to figure out how to fix that at some point for the future. The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. No, it's the candle. But surely Mr. Garrett didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of the disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Schoen's deduction we need to fix. We need only follow Mrs. Garrett's gaze, and that will reveal to us the answer. Let's see what we can see. Yes! There's a candle, like, right here. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, and according to Mr. Schoen's deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh, yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this with that in mind. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one of the candle of the three missing from its holder? Because it's right here.
Take that!
Candlestick. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow. And of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are very visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks on the edge clearly give the truth away. The scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Ah! Mrs. Garretive's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from its holder. And in seconds the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the spark of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir, I salute you! Shit! Deduction complete. I mean, we have to see this through to the end now, right? It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do with reading in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered something rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be more closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly a noun. Yeah! Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by a fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in a blink of an eye, you see. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Garrett? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you will allow me. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. Book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes. Your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fiddle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure, I can remember. It was 2 days ago now, let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think. So at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Oh, even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really?
Well, not really. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrett's situation now. What does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that.
Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories.
Those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter.
It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry, visiting hours at the prison will soon be over.
Oh no! Is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrett.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Sosuke-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Do I dare? I went to the prison. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hurry. Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garrett's house. What in the hell? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who you calling an old man, you rum-looking niminy-piminy? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about?
Excuse me.
Eh? What the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry. It just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
Eh? A lawyer? What?
If I could be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Fine. I'll be on my way for today. You mark my words. This ain't over yet! Get thee to a nunnery! Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
That was horrible.
I hope you're not injured.
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you.
What's that all about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garrett residence?
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
Mr. Garrett mentioned he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor?
Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Of more worthy a polemist in the battle of words, ne'er could there be.
Sorry, battle, did you say?
Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night.
I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least.
So, fair maiden, so good gentlemen, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well.
I didn't
really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Sosuke-san and that man as large as the Garrett House is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over.
Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched!
We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, no! Think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nipponese!
Oh, now, let's not get carried away.
Oh, I quite agree.
There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least.
Ah! Oh, it's you! The miserable, rotten swine! Herlock Souls!
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of the eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is superior, and it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny.
Ah, you! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes!
Ugh.
I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is a be damned!
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? I might as well just finish it here. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed?
Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it.
Oh, I see. That's really agitated him.
You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow?
Don't mention the Reaper of the Bailey, Tim. Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey?
The Reaper? Oh no! What do you mean? Please, tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words.
No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever.
Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly!
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded.
What?
Ah, I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely! I'm afraid that might be true. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry. The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Ah! Of course he is! Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis.
What?
What on earth do you mean by that? Oh, God. Van Zieks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. Sasuke-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage, by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means that the wrong verdict can be passed.
And sadly is, from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation.
And that's all right?
However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Oh no. All examples of the reality of the events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm dead. Dodo. Done for. Don't. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garrett's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London for a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long, then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently the room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yeah, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money it appealed to me straight away. Of course I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, the room is cursed. Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, if you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place! Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean, the room really is cursed, then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all. To believe. Yes, to believe. Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Burya, if you recall. The Burya. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to me, to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying! Surely you must have had your doubts. Surely you must have had your doubts? You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm... The circumstances can hang for as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust! In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes! Yes! He's right! He's right! Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Whether or not I can believe in myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his clients. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuha. Well, my dear fellows, it is time you were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves an excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Huh? Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in. The defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me, in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Sister? Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely! As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Perfect. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazama believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me too now. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Sosuke-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Perfect! What a perfect note to end it on. Alright, I know I went a little long, but that, I think you guys can forgive me. But for now, that is going to be the end of it. I thank you guys for joining me today. If you enjoyed, please leave a subscription on YouTube, for I will be trying to stream more on YouTube in the future, as well as if you liked it on Twitch, please follow me on Twitch. Because I'm going to be trying to stream a little more often than I usually do. I'm going to be trying to do a little longer ones too. Considering the fact that this game is long, so I'm going to see if maybe I can like wake up a little earlier in time to accommodate for timing. But anyways, thank you all for joining me today. I will see you guys next week. Hopefully. Fare thee well. And may you have a logicful and reasonable day.